All right. Hey, whoa, 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 what? What is this? I am asleep. Now my head's all over here. Ah, I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. Holy shit. Let me see if I can fix that. I'm doing the Exorcist in vBridger there, which is not good. All right. What? Why are we being weird? Let's try that again. No. All right. Try that again. No. Bueller. Wow. my head is just bobbling all over the place. What is going on here? All right, let's restart vBridger and see if that fixes it. Bum, 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 bum. All right. No? It's like I can't decide. Why is it like so weird? Stop that. It's because I had it vertical the other night. Let's see if that fixes it. No. Okay. Okay, I think that's working a little better. Yeah, it does seem to be doing a little better. Okay. Looks like I just had to calibrate vBridger a little bit. Man, that was kind of spooky, not gonna lie. All right. Yeah, I've been using my phone horizontally, and for some reason, it don't like that. Sometimes I don't know why. So, all right. Now that we've gotten that weird ass crisis out of the way, hello everybody. Hi. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Move my microphone a little bit. Okay. All right. We are live. Yay. I would have been a little earlier, but I saw that the Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, I don't like that name. But anyways, the new Marvel fighting game from Arxis and the big PlayStation one or whatever, that's not from Capcom. That one is currently in an open beta that started today at midnight. And I was trying to get it to work on my system because I do plan on playing that. Yeah, I was struggling. I was having some problems. I was checking out Maximilian Dude's stream. He was having the same issues, but it does look like it's cleared up and that I should be able to kind of play it. So probably going to be playing that tomorrow, or at least for a little bit. I don't know. But I know for tonight, that's not what we're doing. Tonight, we are going spooky. We are going to be playing a game called Luto, Luto, big caps. This game is a, well, I want to say hyper realistic, but we've been playing some like fairly low budget spooky games. This one is higher budget, Unreal Engine, fancy textures, everything tries to look pretty realistic. It is a story about a guy who died and he's stuck in a haunted house trying to escape it. It's gonna be quiet at times. It's gonna have spooky moments. It looks pretty darn cool. I tried it for a minute or two to kind of get it running on my computer a couple days ago, and yeah, I can definitely tell that this is gonna be something. Yeah, strap in, guys. We'll get going on that pretty quick here. Other than that, really not a lot of crazy stuff in the news. It's yet another day of bad news for gaming studios. A lot of games just aren't selling right now. It's just a crappy economy. I'm going to be genuinely honest right now. It does really feel like the economy is just kind of getting hammered right now. All right, why does it feel like my model is in like slow motion? I'm swimming now. Come on, pay attention. All right, like OBS is like being weird. My CPU utilization is pretty low. All right, see what's going on here. Can we fix this? All right, I think that's a little better. Yeah, that looks a little better. All right, so a couple cool things. We did get a trailer for the new Resident Evil movie, which honestly I thought was pretty cool. I think it's gonna be kind of one of those like polarizing titles, in the sense of like it's not gonna be for everybody. I do feel like there's gonna be a point that comes with this kind of stuff where you're just not gonna make everybody happy. No matter how hard you try. You're just not going to be able to make everybody happy. There is going to be people expecting, certain types of things, and there's just nothing you can really do about that. Like, when somebody says that they want a Resident Evil movie, they are going to want, Claire and Chris, and they're going to want Umbrella logos everywhere. And like, they want like the video games, but in like a movie form. And I feel like Resident Evil could go that way. And it has. The CGI movies are that. But for live action, it's been a bit hit and miss. I would say that like for Resident Evil in general, for movies, the first one way back with the original one with Mila Jovovich, had like the soundtrack by Marilyn Manson and shit. That one was a genuinely good Resident Evil experience. Yes, it didn't have Chris and Claire and all those characters from the games, but despite some of the creative freedom that it had, it definitely followed a typical Resident Evil plot. Nothing really that unusual. But overall, Resident Evil isn't Chris and Claire and Leon. It's action horror. It's survival horror. There is, bioweapons and government conspiracies, and it is tongue-in-cheek and goofy, and it is also something that can be played very seriously. And so I find adaptations like this new one that's coming up interesting, because it's not necessarily going down the action horror, like at least from the trailers, the what they want to sell you on. It is not your goofy B movie action horror stuff. It's just straight up horror. And that's good, because there's a lot of different perspectives of different characters in Resident Evil. Everybody from, the locals before Biohazard breaks out, to scientists working in a lab, to, just standard FBI agents and so on. And, it keeps the franchise interesting when you can have all these various elements working together. And I would say that like Resident Evil has done a very clunky job with its story over the years. And a lot of that is because the game has had to try and evolve to keep up with the tastes of gamers over the years. Like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 are awesome, but by the time Resident Evil 3 came around, there was a big issue, which was that like interest on the franchise. Like, how do you migrate that to a new generation with new graphics? You can't really do third person, camera bird's eye view type stuff, fixed camera angles and tank controls. That was on its way out. People just weren't as excited about those types of games anymore. The new hotness was basically Resident Evil 4. Those types of games where you had the over the shoulder camera perspective and you could move the play field, you weren't fixed on a particular camera angle. you know, except for the over the shoulder. But you know, like it didn't switch it up on you. And I personally think that there's value in both of those types of experiences. I think OG Resident Evil style, you know, fixed cameras and tank controls are awesome. I think that they have their place for sure. But not everybody likes that. And Resident Evil has always been moving into like a mainstream appeal for things. And so, you know, that was Resident Evil 4. Capcom realized that this was a winning formula and kind of has been trying to like recreate it and strike gold ever since. You know, and personally, I think that they're probably going to try and, I mean, they might redo Resident Evil 5. I don't think they're going to touch Resident Evil 6. You know, but I mean, like, you can see that they're kind of trying to rewrite the franchise with Resident Evil 4's DNA. And that was the Resident Evil 2 remake. And when they realized how popular that was, they've just kind of been hitting the iron ever since with some degree of success. Resident Evil 3 remake sold well. I don't think it's a proper remake of Resident Evil 3, but I mean, it is okay for what it is. Resident Evil 4 is a great remake, but it doesn't necessarily replace 4, the original. It doesn't capture the same level of like goofy arcade action fun that was in Resident Evil 4, the original. You know, and that's okay. That's okay. It's still a good game. But I've noticed a lot of people go back to play RE4 OG more than they go back to replay RE4 remake. You know, and yeah, I mean, it's just kind of how it is with the franchise. It's just been all over the place, and I don't think that's going to change, and that's a good thing. So when it comes to like, you know, newer versions of it, I think that, yeah, we're at a great point with the franchise right now. We really are. I feel like this movie is going to be interesting. I feel like this movie is going to be something that people are going to remember. So, and as long as the movie sticks to itself, like it creates a cohesive like narrative in itself, I feel like that's going to be good enough. I feel like that's going to be good. So, yeah, I wanted to check out the trailer because I've seen the teasers. This is the full trailer. And yeah, I'm just kind of looking to see how well they're trying to at least kind of put some Resident Evil into this.
Hey, man, I gotta be 7. Do you know where I can take this? Excuse me, oh my God. Anybody order a kidney or liver or whatever this is? Anybody? It seems like it's kind of important.
Hey, you got time for another run?
No, I'm wrapped up for the...
It's outside the zone, so it pays double.
I could do that. Sweetheart, I'm sorry. The signal sucks here. Can you hear me?
I'm gonna stay with Katie for a bit, I think.
Michelle, please do not go stay with freaking Katie.
I'm so hurt with my feelings that you don't even care enough to come home and have this conversation.
Seriously, I'm working. This could be some 8-year-old boy's heart or someone's mom's brain.
Oh, I love how it turned red.
Hello?
That's like the coolest kind of snow, where it's like fresh and crunchy.
Hello? There's an emergency here. I was wondering if I could use your phone.
Hi, you've reached Michelle. Leave a message.
Hey, baby, I'm really sorry that we got disconnected earlier. Some things have happened. And I can't get a hold of police. Bullets. Could you just call me back on this number, please?
Typewriter. Hey. What the fuck?
Everything that has happened in this
Oh my God.
transpired in a matter of hours. You've got no idea what you've got there in your hands.
Holy cow. How long does he gonna load that shotgun?
Yeah. Where was it going again?
Raccoon City General.
Hey, no sweat.
Oh my gosh. I love the sound design for that trailer. Like the sounds blending into each other was sick. That would look pretty good. I won't lie. Let's see here. Well, I don't want to sit here and watch trailers the whole time because I do want to actually play the game. So let's do that. But yeah, it looks like it'll be a pretty fun time. I don't necessarily know how faithful it's going to be to like the games, but I do think it's going to be faithful to itself, and I think that's good enough for a horror movie. I mean, it genuinely can't be any worse than the other Resident Evil movies. We'll just put it like that. Let's see here. Wow. Oh, wow. Matt Piscatella went to town on this. Getting called out personally in a petition is real weird, but okay. But sure, Jade Pierce of Winnipeg, Canada. Let's give it a go. I'll stick to the bolded bits as they seem the most important. Let's see. In 2008, 100 PlayStation games sold over 100,000 units in the year's first half. That had fallen to 7 by 2026. Wow. You could see the number decline, especially what happened in 2009. Well, I mean, obviously the recession, but like it just starts plummeting after this. This was the peak of the Wii, and I think this is what happening here is this is like everything was physical at this point. 2008 is when digital distribution really started to kind of kick off. And I think that's why you're seeing it just start to plummet after that. I mean, look at from 2008 to 2014 is less than a decade. And you could see just like the sheer drop off. But even then, I don't think this tells the whole story. I think there's something else that was going on here. But my big thinking is that like up until like 2008, 2009, we'll say, this was when you had the Wii, the DS, the what do you call it? The Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3. You had just like a whole bunch of like consoles on the market that were selling ridiculous amounts of software and everything. And I feel like the big change here is strictly that. I think it's that. It's the sheer amount of gaming like consoles that were on the market that were selling just gangbuster amounts of software. And the shift is that starting around like 2008, 2009, that was like the waning years of those consoles. And yeah, I think right at that point, it's like they're just going to sell just less software in general. Like the DS and the Wii by themselves sold insane amounts of software. So yeah, I think that big drop off is literally just because that's when you hit that peak in 2008, and then it just goes down after that. And the replacements were what? The Wii U didn't do well. The 3DS had a really rough start and then started to do well. But like the damage was kind of done. It did not really sell as well as the 3D or the regular DS, at least in terms of software. And then the Xbox One just bombed out of the gate, and the PlayStation 4 was really the only console kind of carrying water for a big chunk of the decade. And that launched, I think, in like 2013. So the Wii U, I think, launched in 2011. Like the 3DS was like 2010, I think. So yeah, it was rough, and I think that's that big decline here. And you can see it kind of starts picking back up because that's the PS4, and then the Switch comes out. That's 2017, and yeah, it just kind of starts dropping again after that. So Yeah, the damage was basically done, but you can really see the plummeting. And digital distribution really did start picking up after this, of course, because you had the Xbox 360 store, you had the PS3 store, you had Nintendo with their stuff, the Virtual Console. So yeah. U.S. physical software, 292 million units of physical video games sold in the 12-month period. By June 26th, it's fallen to 37 million. And again, like I said, this is that peak right here. You could see the Wii and the Wii and the DS and the PS3 and all that. That's the peak right here. Once those consoles were all starting to fade out and be replaced by the new generation, basically Nintendo and Microsoft, their consoles did not do well. Only the PS4, and you can just see how it's just been waning ever since. Let's see here. That also hides market shows. I can't disclose total specific unit sold, but none of the 7 that did exceed 100K in the US during the first half reached 275K. Wow. Both demand and supply rules here. One more thing worth asking, is the shift away from physical industry or physical actually making the industry healthier? No, never said it was. I'm not sure anyone believes this to be the case, even the folks at the companies making decisions. I think it's a bad thing and a long list of bad at the moment. I would agree with him. Matt Piscatella has kind of made a career out of this, knowing like forecasting and just analyzing sales for the entire industry. This dude knows his shit. I've talked to him before through social media, and like, yeah, one of the conversations I remember having with him, we were talking about like the kind of the chicken and egg problem of publishers will, you know, like they will tell you that the games aren't selling physical, you know, but like they're not putting them in stores either for people to buy. The retail space just isn't being given to them, or they're not buying it or whatever. If you don't have retail space for video games, then when somebody goes to the store to buy a video game and they don't see it on the shelf, then they don't buy it, right? But digital is always available, so it's easier to just go, I'll just buy the digital version if I can't buy a physical. And then of course that creates that feedback loop of like, well, if it's not there, why should I go? Well, if I'm not going to go, I'll just buy it here. And then it doesn't matter if it's on the shelf as a physical version, boom, right? All of a sudden it doesn't, you know, people are just going to buy digital no matter what, just because it's a surefire thing I could buy digital, where I'm taking a risk if I have to leave my house and go to a store and it doesn't have it. And that's different from how it used to be. I would say that big shift started basically around the beginning of the 2010s, where all of a sudden retail stores just started dramatically cutting back on the sizes of their physical areas for video games. You know, whereas you used to have, you know, sections, large sections dedicated to each console manufacturer with tons of peripherals and games and just all the things that you would ever want. All of a sudden, like kiosks, like the crazy thing is like one of the things that has gone away is demo stations. Like companies don't make demo kiosks, you know, with like the game console inside a little bubble and you get to play it, you know, or something like that, some hands-on, or even just like a screen showing off their newest and coolest stuff that you can look at. Like Nintendo is the last one I think was doing that. I don't remember if there was even one for the PS5 or the Xbox One. There probably is, but just not one that popped up into like stores on a regular basis. So, yeah, I mean, I think when the PS5 first came out, like there was some dummy units that you could look at Best Buy or something here locally. And I don't live in a small city. So, you know, like, or in a small town or anything like that. It's a smaller city, but like, it's still, there's plenty of people here. So it's like, yeah, it's a chicken and egg thing. You know, this is coming from somebody who has grown up through a lot of these console periods. So it's like, I saw the heyday of these things. And yeah, something definitely changed after the Wii. You know, I don't know what happened. Like, I mean, you could point to a lot of things. It's, as Matt Piscatella here is saying, it's a long list of bad. But something definitely broke in the gaming industry after the Wii. And I don't know what it is. I think it's a combination of Microsoft started some trends with online gaming, you know, and just there was just the mobile, and I think there's just a lot of like, I mean, if I had to point to the one particular thing that's really kind of ruined gaming, same thing that's kind of ruined a lot of stuff, which is the internet. I know people don't want to hear that, but it's kind of true if you think about it. Like take it like this. When I was a kid, my N64 was magical, right? Every kid's gaming console is magical, and for me, the reason why it was magical is because it seemed like it was an ecosystem of endless possibility. Which every kid thinks this about their gaming machine. Whether it's a phone or not, it doesn't matter. It plays video games. It's a wonderful device. But I was a big consumer of gaming magazines as a kid, which a lot of kids back then probably were, and I remember reading, I think it was Nintendo Power or Electronic Gaming Monthly, one of those types of magazines, where they were talking about the Nintendo 64 disk drive. Keep in mind, I had really no idea about the technology behind these things. I didn't understand how it was going to be magically different from like a CD drive. I thought it was going to be kind of like it was like Nintendo's answer to the PlayStation CD drive. That's what I thought it was. I didn't till years later, and then I was like, oh, that was what it was. But it did promise something really cool, and it's something that as a kid I had an idea. I was like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if? And basically, like, imagine like, it's 1993 and you have Madden Football 93. Wouldn't it be cool? This was me as a kid thinking this. Wouldn't it be cool if you had not if you didn't have to buy a whole new game for Madden? Because, like, honestly, there was changes and features and occasionally they'd upgrade the graphics or something like that. But most games for sports every year were very incremental and mostly just a roster update. Maybe they would add a new feature to kind of change up the graphics a little bit, but they weren't dramatic leaps over each other every year. So what made them interesting mostly was the fact that as a sports fan, you got to play with like whatever the new rosters were, because there was no internet to update the game. So what you bought was what you got. So you buy a game, like you buy a Sega Genesis today, you buy, RBI Baseball 93, you pop it in, it's got the 1993 roster of players on it. And my thinking was like, oh, imagine if you bought Madden and then instead of buying a new cartridge every year, you just had your game machine download the code off of the internet, to update the roster. And maybe you'd pay a couple extra bucks for that privilege, right? Seemed kind of cool, right? And then maybe after a few years, you might want to buy an actual new copy of Madden that had newer graphics and all the new advancements. And I thought that was sweet. I thought that was a great idea at the time. Not thinking about the implications of such an idea, it was very childlike. And so Nintendo had this, 64 disk drive. And one of the games they announced for this disk drive was F-Zero X for the 64DD. Now, obviously, it was a cartridge game, but it was a track editor on the 64 disk drive. You'd make your own tracks. That sounded amazing. I was like, whoa, they wouldn't have to I wouldn't have to worry about them making another F-Zero game because I could just make tracks for this, F-Zero X. That sounded fantastic. And that's exactly what the internet promised to gamers with that kind of imagination, was like your games could be updated all the time. You didn't have to worry about like if an expansion pack would ever come off, or a developer could just push out a piece of content and then you, the gamer, would get to enjoy that. And that was a very naively optimistic thing, because what ended up happening is the world you see today, where games don't get finished. They get patched all the way up till release, and then they get patched after that if they're that terribly broken. You get your tracks and you get your, updatable rosters and all that, but you're still paying for the full fucking game anyway. So it doesn't matter. You've lost a lot of the quirks of older games, like for example, cheat codes and, hidden characters and, special codes for like big headed characters and big feet and all the goofy stuff, right? Level skip codes and just all those little things that you used to be able to have access to. There was literally an entire genre of books out there you could buy that would have cheat codes for basically every game. Devices that would help you cheat on your games, like Game Genie and stuff like that. It was a whole thing. I just don't see that anymore. Now they just charge you to do that. It's like, oh, you want to skip 8 levels? Pay us $9.99 and we'll let you do that. Ooh. So it's like, yeah, the whole thing was just kind of silly. And, you know, and then of course you had, you know, horse armor, which everybody knows horse armor. I don't think horse armor was the straw that broke the camel's back, but it was definitely a sign of like companies testing the waters to see what you would do with virtual items. You know, things that like you don't own, they just exist on a server somewhere. And yeah, as it turns out, that's people were totally okay with that. I remember playing EverQuest and like the big stink that people would have over, you know, selling accounts and gold and stuff like that. And nowadays, nobody bats an eye at that. But back then, it was like, you did what? How dare you? You know, but yeah, times have changed. People have just become a lot more loose with their wallets because they just, everything that they see, they have no tangible sense of ownership except for this like idea in their head that like the things that they buy will just never go away. And then when they do, they bitch, but they never really do anything about it. You know, so that's why companies get emboldened to constantly creep into your privacy on what's on your phone and all that more and more. You know, you download an app and it wants access to everything because it's going to harvest your data. It's you are the product, you know, and people are just kind of okay with that because they get the app and it doesn't immediately impact their life. So they just don't think about it. And then you get scummy crap like LG TVs and monitors installing spyware and adware and all that without your permission, and then not telling you about it either. You know, so it's just somehow the internet got infected by capitalism and it's just never been the same since. You know, and fuck you to all the people that are like, well, that's because socialism killed 1 million people. And it's like, fuck you. You are thinking way too flat. You have no imagination if you think the world is just, you know, of economics is just socialism versus capitalism. No, have imagination for once in your fucking life. A criticism of capitalism does not mean that everything else is magically better. You know, it just means that there are serious problems with the current economic system, and there is no appetite for fixing them, addressing them at all. It should not have gotten to this point, but we've allowed it to, and that's the problem. So whether, you know, whatever your side of the political spectrum is, I would hope you would at least understand that there is a fundamentally broken thing happening with computer age right now. And it is a lack of an appetite on the behalf of the public and behalf of the government through the public, you know, to rein in the bullshit that these corporations are doing. You know, the massive abuses of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which honestly was already a creation of bad faith to begin with. You know, it's built in 1997. The world is not 1997 anymore. It is 20 years later. 1997 was 20 years ago. It is old. That is decades ago now. God, I'm old. But still, like, you know, times have changed. What we thought the world was going to look like with technology 20 years ago is very different the way it is today. You know, and so it's like it has to be addressed with modern eyes. What does the world of technology look like today? You know, and we're already behind the curve now with AI. And you know, and like, I don't even think we should call it AI because it's not really AI, but like generative computing, we'll just put it that way. Computer language learning models, they are the future, whether people like it or not. But you need that technology to be reined in. You know, everything from the pollution of data centers to how they're set up, you know, to the water usage and all the environmental issues, you know, to the rights and copyrights of protection of people. I mean, like, so much of the internet has been just raked over by these models with no concern for copyright. So you have artists out there that, you know, they see the AI is producing work made from their own shit, you know, and it's like, that's not cool. That hurts them. That hurts their livelihood. You know, even somebody like me, I have absolutely played around with AI. I will admit it. You know, I've played around with ChatGPT. I've made some shit on Suno, you know, but it's not mine. I didn't make it. You know, I hit a fucking prompt and played around till I got something I like. That is not art. I mean, it's fun, sure, but like, it's not it does not take the place of a job. You know, if I want actual music for my stream, I'm hiring an artist. There's like, if I'm hopefully, if you guys have ever noticed, I don't put any AI shit on here. None. I think one time I posted on my Twitter a couple of AI shit things I made because I was concepting Stream Crush at the time with different art design ideas, which did give me inspiration for some of the things that I made with this character, but this OC. But like, yeah, I mean, it's not, this work I'm using as an artist made this, and it's great. I love it. Why would I put somebody's livelihood in danger because of that? No, I wouldn't. I don't care how funny you can make your songs with AI. I don't know how good you can make your memes. None of it is useful to anybody. It's not. Nobody's making great works of art with this stuff. Like, I have faith in this technology in terms of like, the boring stuff, cataloging things for lawyers, and so paralegals don't have to work as hard, or helping doctors identify diseases faster and things like that. Like, helping out with genetic research and the boring shit. All this other stuff, making, what was it? Elon Musk was talking about like Grok with AI movies. Like, he wants to do the Odyssey with like AI. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding? Like, you already have a movie. It's called The Odyssey. You don't need fucking AI to do it again. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked, but yeah, truthfully, like, it's still a lot. 37 million units is still a lot, but it's not. It's not. Like, it's a problem. It's a problem. Just looking at the last decade, you can see the fall off compared to the decade before that. You can see the fall off. I don't know what to tell people, but on Twitter and Blue Sky, I made the comment when Sony had announced that they're no longer doing physical games after 2027. I was like, it is ironic that the cartridge has outlasted the CD, the disc, because there's no innovation. Like, here's the thing. I'm going to be brutally honest for a sec. Sony, and there's no company that's ever making disc-based console again. It's not happening. PlayStation 6 will be discless. You might be able to buy a disc drive attachment for the backwards compatible physical games you have, but like, if they do the PS5, PS4 backwards compatibility, which they probably will, but like a disc drive, probably not happening. Why is that the case? Because there has been no investment in anything to replace Blu-ray. Like, that right there is the stone cold truth. There is no replacement for Blu-ray. And the Blu-ray is already becoming insufficient as a data capacity holder. Like, the games are getting too big. With all the 4K assets and just the sheer scope of games, many games can still fit on Blu-ray. But it's like Nintendo with cartridges. There's a reason why larger size Nintendo cartridges are not common. They're very expensive to produce. But also, you still can't fit large games on these sizes. They're just not big enough. And so you end up having to download a chunk of the game anyway. And a lot of games do work right off the disc. But there are some issues. A lot of them do require day one patches to work a little better and things like that. But yeah, there's just no replacement. There's no larger format physical media coming. No replacement for Blu-ray. Even the cartridges, like, Nintendo is not using the same cartridge technology that they used back in the day with like the N64 and the Super Nintendo stuff. Those were, for lack of a better way of saying it, you'd have a motherboard with chips on it. That was your main console. A cartridge would function as what they would call a daughter board. And that daughter board had the ROM chips on it, and then you would plug the daughter board into the motherboard, and then they would work in tandem. And that technology is roughly in place, but the ROM chips are completely different. They're not as, like, it's just not the same cartridge technology that they used to use. But it is still a cartridge, for lack of a better way of saying it. And that is still being produced, because you can slap a ROM chip on a board. That's not hard to do. You can make ROM chips as big as you want, as long as you got the money for it. You know, but a disc is a disc. Like it's the only size it'll ever have max is what you print it with. And yeah, Blu-ray can only do a couple hundred gigs, double-sided. So it's just not enough anymore. And Sony was really the only major Blu-ray player left. Like a lot of manufacturing for discs are drying up. You know, like I don't think that there's going to be a big spin up of, you know, how like records have kind of come back. You know, and factories have kind of found the old molds and everything to remake records. I don't really think that's going to be the case with like discs, like CDs and stuff like that, because those require much higher levels of like sterilization and clean rooms and things like that. They require a lot more money. And I don't think that disc printing is going to be a thing. Like a lot of the companies that were manufacturing discs have basically just gotten out of it completely. Sony is going to be one of the last ones, just like how they've been exiting their TV business. You know, and so yeah, and that leads me to the other thing, which is like Sony has already shut down the factory that they were using to make Blu-rays. There is no one else. So it's done. They can't reopen that. They've already reassigned that factory's capacity, you know, like half of it, I think it is, to like AI and other bullshit. And so all they have left is just that other half, which is currently making disc-based games, but will be ending soon. So it's done. Like you can bitch and moan all you want. It's not going to change anything. Now, what would be cool, you know, is if a company did kind of like get their shit together and, you know, take up the banner. Maybe they could talk to Sony about licensing rights, and they could find a factory out there that still prints discs, and they can do that. Because there are companies out there like video game, VGP, I think it's called, video game something, I can't remember what it is, where they will do like reprints of titles. So maybe they might have some connections, like Limited Run Games could probably maybe get something printed out. So it's not like within the realm of impossibility that physical games are going to die completely. But yeah, it's the damage is done. So yeah, it sucks to hear because nobody wants to hear it, but yeah, it's the end of an era. Like I question if video game consoles as we know them are even going to survive another decade, truly. And I say that because the way things are going, I think there is a, like, this kind of touches on a bigger thing, but like there is a big issue right now, if you think about it, with like consoles as we tend to think of them. And what I mean by that is like the current console model is something that has been kind of going since the days of like the NES and the Atari. A manufacturer creates a machine and puts it on the market. They probably sell the machine at a little bit of a loss. But the idea is basically put it out for as much of a mass market price as possible to drive adoption rates. And then you're going to sell people software. And that software is where you make your money. It has the percentage cuts for licensing and production and all that from developers who publish games on your platform. It's called the razor and razor blades approach. You sell somebody a razor without razor blades, and then you're going to sell them the razor blades. And you know, you could sell them the razor cheap, but the razor blades, that's going to start costing you. And that's been the model for the most part of probably 40 years now, almost 50. And the problem is that with the advent of mobile gaming, like mobile phones and tablets and stuff like that, that has broken down a lot. Like if you look at this chart here, let's see. Yeah, if you look at this chart here, use physical software. This giant curve right here from 2006 to 2008, and then it kind of goes down after this. This right here is the Wii. This is the Wii and the DS. When the Wii and the DS combined, like their sales were astronomical. PS3 and Xbox 360 were no slouches. Don't get me wrong, but like this entire generation right here was monstrous for like game production. And this was right here the peak of what gaming used to be before it became so heavily dependent on digital stores and online gaming and stuff. You could online game with these, don't get me wrong. Xbox Live Arcade, big deal, right? Virtual Console for downloading games off of your Wii. You had internet browsing functionality. You could watch Netflix on your consoles. Like internet connectivity was definitely starting to happen, but this was very rudimentary compared to what you can do now with consoles, and PC gaming, obviously. Yeah, this was like your last big gasp, and you can see it in the market. Like once this generation fades away, the new generation just cannot keep it going. And that's because a lot of it has started to shift to digital, right? But the other big change here is what happens in 2006, the iPhone. When the iPhone came out, it was a big freaking deal because previously to the iPhone, most phones were flash based and they didn't have a lot of horsepower for gaming. And so the iPhone comes out and it's a whole new beast. And then of course it's joined quickly by Android, and those two start basically dominating the market, and cell phone sales go through the roof, right? And then tablets come out and iPad, right? And sales go through the roof. And yeah, it's true that having the cell phone and an iPad, they're not replacing a lot of stuff, but because there's so much of a little bit of everything packed into these things, they're super useful. Like if you look at sales for cameras, they took a huge hit. Why? Because you could pack a nice camera into your iPhone or your Android phone. Why would you need a regular disposable camera anymore? Why would you need a Kodak camera or whatever, right? Unless you had a super high-end camera, you weren't buying much in the way of camera stuff anymore because your phone was good enough. Same with MP3 players. The iPod basically died because the iPhone happened. It kind of limped on for a few years, but nobody really has MP3 players anymore. They don't really need them. They have a phone and it streams Spotify. So why would they need an MP3 player? And I'm not saying that these things don't exist on the market, but you can see the sales for those things just cratered. GPS devices, like Google Maps is awesome, right? But prior to Google Maps, you had like TomTom and McNally Maps and whatever those ones with the screen that you would suction cup to your windshield. I can't remember those, but those were like the big ones. Those sales cratered for those devices because who needs them when you have Google Maps on your phone? So yeah, it's definitely an issue because at the end of the day, when you have a device that offers a very, very low barrier to entry, it starts affecting the legacy industries. And so if you are somebody who had an iPhone or an iPad or an iPad, and then you got a new one, what did you do with your old one? You probably just kept it around because it still worked. Maybe you threw it away or disposed, gave it to, recycled or whatever, but like you probably gave the old one as a hand-me-down to somebody younger in your family. And that's how a lot of kids ended up with tablets and phones because parents didn't need them anymore. Just give them to the kid. Right? So those kids grew up on screens and screen gaming, and a lot of that stuff is free with ads. Of course, you are the product, but it's free. The barrier to entry. You don't have to ask mom and dad for an $80 video game. You just download Roblox off of the store, and boom, you got games for days. Right? Never mind the ads. You're a kid. Who cares? You get ads thrown in your face all the time. So yeah. What kid wants a PlayStation anymore or a Switch? I'm not saying the kids don't. What I'm saying is that the consoles are no longer the mainstream gaming device. And you can see that shift pretty quickly because one of the other big things that starts happening after the Wii and the Xbox 360, after that generation, is you don't see a lot of licensed titles for kids anymore. You don't see a lot of licensed movie titles or anything like that. A lot of that stuff's got dried up. Licensing costs went up through the roof, but also just, you don't see a lot of movie tie-in games like you used to. All those like mainstream type of silly stuff, they're mostly gone now. The Switch still has some. Some of them kind of make their way to the PS5, but for the most part, it's not like it used to be. Not like it used to be. That's changed because a lot of that stuff just went to mobile. The quick cash grab stuff. Kids will dump some money into it, or at least get some ads and some privacy data, you know, for your company. But now it's like, let's say your kid was born in 2006. So your kid's now in their 20s, right? Close to it. You know, like, think about that for a sec. You have a child who has grown up in a world where the dominant gaming stuff is on their phone, not on their desk at home, not on their entertainment center. They don't care if they have a PlayStation 5 because that's not part of their life anymore. And I'm not saying that kids, like I said, I'm not saying kids don't. But a lot of times those machines are very single purpose. They're Call of Duty machines or they're Madden machines or something. Traditional gaming as we know it, that carried consoles through the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, it's gone. It's dead. Unless some company's going to come in and just shake shit up, it's dead. I don't know what the off-ramp is going to be for Sony. Nintendo can probably keep it going for a while longer. They've kind of found a good niche in the market they can claim as their own. But if you're Microsoft, you need to be getting out of this market because it's not going to do you any good to try and get back into it. You had your chance. You blew it. You need to get out of the market. Don't make another console. Keep your Xbox brand alive some other way, but don't make another console. It's not worth it. And Sony probably is thinking the same thing right now, but also like they're trapped. They put all their eggs in one basket. Where do they go? They already abandoned their PC initiative. They don't have a portable market. You know, like what are they going to do? You know, the market for people buying a $1,000 video game console is small. It's not kids, and parents are not going to be rushing out to buy their kids a $1,000 gaming console. So, yeah, if you have a $1,000 gaming console with $80 to $100 premium games, and of course they're going to have microtransactions, you're asking too much of people's wallets. It's just the truth. So, anyway, enough of that TED talk. I think we need to play some fucking video games. So, all right, enough of that. All right. So we watched the Resident Evil trailer. We watched that. Let's play some spooky shit. Let's get playing with Ludo. I'm feeling a little Ludocris. I think we got some video games. Yay, video games. There are 6 viewers for Ludo. Wow. All right. So, this game warns you right off the bat. This is a story about death. It explores themes of abuse, anxiety, depression, and suicide. Quiet you. Weaving a tale that may be disturbing to some people. If at any point you feel it is too much, please take a break. And remember that, even in the deepest darkness, you can always find a glimmer of light. Really nice way of saying that, isn't it? So, let's recalibrate my face a little bit here. Boing. Alright, that's a little better, I hope. Put the controller on for spooky mode. Alright. Get the sad, creepy music. And we're gonna do a new game. Save data will be lost. That's fine. I didn't play much anyway. Here we go. I'm in the sand. Okay, I can't run fast.
sandstorm rises, and countless of its grains strike Sam furiously, cutting into his skin, entering his eyes, filling his mouth, until little by little everything in its path is buried under the sand. Even him.
Wow. What a nice guy.
Fortunately, Sam is used to his many recurring nightmares, although he hasn't had this one for a long time. He doesn't know what it means, but whatever it is, it's happening again.
Chapter 1. It's happening again. Okay. Broken glass with a smiley face. Bring pizza. Good luck. Good morning. Cool. We got some drugs. Pizza. Gotta love the old Febreze.
As he does every day, Sam gets ready to leave the house and go to work.
Can't see out the windows. Oh, let's see here. Moving things. Been to Dad's room, Isaac's room, downstairs hallway, living room, kitchen, garage, courtyard. So there's the basement. Okay.
However, today he seems a bit distracted, as if he hasn't been here before. Probably because of the move.
In loving memory, Joel Hale. Okay. Fart joke. Believe in yourself. Remember to call your mother. House for sale. What's with these pictures, man? Tuesday.
Suddenly, Sam starts running. He must be in a hurry.
Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes.
A new day, and everything is still a mess in the house. Sam has barely made any progress with the move. something has fallen. He tries to open his grandmother Dolores's chest, but since her death, no one knows where the key is. He finds one of his old sketchbooks. Sam has always liked to express himself through his drawings, until one day he stopped.
Isaac is upside down without a head. Dolores, Joel, Eva, Isaac as a kid. Sam, Mr. Button. Names are all crossed out. I saw them again. Lines, bars, rectangles. People in the sky. I feel like a ghost. I think he feels like a ghost.
Some pages seem to be missing.
Weird. No. Oh, whatever that was done like that.
The door does not open.
Okay. More pill bottles. So. Oh, a little lizard on the window. There's my car keys.
It's common for him to lose things all over the house, especially now with this chaos of boxes everywhere.
Now it's raining. This house is like very claustrophobic. I don't know if I like this. Thursday.
The phone keeps ringing. Sam wonders who it could be.
Who could it be?
You hear it, don't you? much longer are you going to pretend to ignore it? Don't do it. Don't let him get you again.
Because that's not
That phone
ominous.
call was in very bad taste. You shouldn't mind it, especially considering how much remains to be done.
Sounds like somebody's knocking on a door. I want to leave the car keys. Hmm. But the picture got burnt down. Hmm. I didn't want to have to go this way, but this isn't creepy.
Well, curiosity led him to find something
Oh.
strangely disturbing.
I want to
in the
open this.
basement.
No. Casa equals house. I don't remember when I started seeing this symbol. I'm trying to read that. I don't remember when I started seeing this symbol, but now it's everywhere, as if it's haunting me. It doesn't seem to come from one of my nightmares because it appears in all of them. Whatever it is, it seems to be something I've seen somewhere else. It's starting to bother me. I hate it. I hope I can find out what it is so I can get it out of my head. Okay, is there anything else down here I should be looking at? Well, it looks like he was doing like a whole investigation. Your dream is failing. I am lost, help me. Alright, let's go in the creepy basement. Do you want to go down? No, I don't, actually. Are we good? Can I just stop the game now? And I just go here. And I'm just good, right? Just leave this house. Never come back. Yeah, I knew that was gonna work. Alright, let's go down the creepy hole. This is kind of tense. Won't lie. I'm not sure how well I'll do with a game like this. Alright, going down the Silent Hill 2 thing where you go into creepy holes and you don't know where they, like, you can't see nothing down. Beyond the noise.
Sam doesn't seem to be worried about what might be under that trapdoor, even though climbing down it doesn't look like a very good idea.
Mr. Narrator seems very unhappy with it too, which, you know, is usually your big clue not to do this. The hell? Alright.
Many questions were going through Sam's head. Is this real? What is this place? Not quite your ordinary house, that's for sure.
Those are a lot of the same things that were in his house. Potential titles: The Big Lie, The Drowned Hour, The Blue Room, The Hidden Ghost, The Impossible Staircase, The Reflection, and Blink. I loved it. I did not. Item needed. Okay. Wow. This is like super claustrophobic.
There is a hole here. Someone has spent a lot of time trying to break through the wall.
Enjoy the puzzle. Break. Be careful of the ladder. If you need for anything, I'd rather you ask for help first. You don't have to do everything yourself, Mom. Aw, Mom. Okay, so nothing there. One, two, three, four. Let's play. Bro. Oh. Okay.
The windows are blacked out, obscuring much of the place.
Wait, what?
But luckily for Sam, there are some lights on.
I'm so confused. Don't be afraid. I'll try not to be. Usually means something spooky is going to happen that I should be afraid, right? There's not a clock. thought I heard a clock up here too. Don't remember. Oh. I have to get close to it, and I need an item for that. So what was the item? Hey guys. Don't mind me, just checking stuff out. Anything in here? Oh, there we go.
One of the cards his mother Ava used to make to teach them Spanish. She kept leaving them forgotten everywhere.
Okay, I can't go that way. Hmm. So I don't like this. Yeah, you're not really spooking me. Oh. This takes me all the way around. I never did find the item. What? Oh, there we go. $555. Title pending. $555-1962. Let's try that.
Hi, you are calling for Eva Hale.
Ah, it
I'm
worked.
not available at the moment. Please leave a message or call back another time. Thank you.
Well, that was useless. Hmm. Okay, so there's 3 clocks I'm missing. Oh. Didn't even notice that one. I don't know. Hmm. Help, help, help. I mean, there's something very clearly wrong. Enjoy the puzzle. Oh.
Sam doesn't get to pick up the hammer hanging oddly from the lamp.
Why? So that was the puzzle. I didn't even notice it hanging like that. There's supposed to be a puzzle. I mean, I would assume it's the ladder. What was this? Yeah, it was this one. Be careful with the ladder. If you need it for anything, I'd rather ask for help first. You don't have to do everything yourself. So how do I ask for help? Hmm. Oh. Oh, that's the numbers. So it's actually... Damn it. I don't. Review sketchbook for ideas. Potential titles. I don't understand what I'm supposed to be looking for. Damn it. Hmm. That's the number I need to call, but I don't... I thought the sketchbook would be more useful. FADE. FADB. What even is this puzzle, Brody? This is the blue room. Oh, the clocks. The clocks are the numbers. Yeah. Well, shit, I didn't want to have to, like, write stuff down. Aw, man. Okay. So it's actually... this one. What is the big lie? I... is the big lie? Man, I don't like when puzzles do this kind of obscure shit. Is this the big lie? What is the big lie? numbers and I just didn't see them. See anything in the mirror. That is 5 o'clock. That is 7. What was the other one? So that's 5 and 7. Do we just try random stuff? Wow, there's so many versions though. There's 3. So 5, 7, 3, 4 maybe? Hmm. I think that says 1, 9. Ooh. Okay. So again. I'm stuck on this. First puzzle got stuck on it. Go figure. Go figure. I just don't understand like what I'm looking at. Hmm. Oh my God, is that really the answer? I would have never figured this out. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna be relying on this. Like, what the heck, man? Yeah, so the trick isn't the sketchbook. That's the lie. What you really need to do is this. There we go. Oh. Yeah.
That was a very strange way to get the hammer.
Right? Who would have thought that? Especially when the puzzle makes it seem like you need a number. Ugh. Apparently this is a common theme with this game. Very, like, obscure puzzles. It says explore. All right. Box. A lot of sand in this room. Drawing of the Monkey Brothers. Okay. So now we got all the clocks. Now we go down to see the monkey. What? Did the house change? Again? Did I not go the right direction? Oh, I went the wrong way.
Sam is puzzled by the phrase on the wall. It has his handwriting on it.
Help a lie. There's a monkey here. A lie multiplies 7 times. Are we not playing today either? I'm sorry, Sam. I'm not feeling very well, and Mom wouldn't be happy about it either. Did you find the monkeys yet? No. You hid them very well this time. Mom told me you have the flu. She still can't tell me the truth. It really makes me sad. I know. How about watching a movie? Okay, but I choose it. Isaac's monkey. Okay. Thanks for the pizza. Okay, so what next? Still can't go that way. So a line multiplied 7 times must be the next puzzle then? Maybe this door open now. No. Wasn't anything in there. Do we leave here? Can we leave here? We cannot. Hmm. Alright, that's where I'm supposed to go next. Okay. It says 1725.
Great. What you've just experienced could be considered a kind of test. And if you've come this far, it's a good sign. Maybe this time
Yikes.
you are ready to move on. But be careful. He will look for ways to trick you as he has done so far, day after day. Consuming you.
Once again, someone is trying to scare him. You shouldn't play along.
Oh. We have a spooky ghost guy appearing at the end of the hallway.
Still, he decides to go deeper into this house, even though he knows it's probably not a good idea to do so. Curiously, a toy helps him find his way in the dark. Too convenient. His drawings cover the walls. Sam can't help but doubt whether he really painted them. After all, it wouldn't be the first time he's done something and doesn't remember it.
You won't do it again. You won't do it again. There was no choice. Chihuahua guy. Okay. Can't go that way. Oh, there's the bathroom again. Bro. Dead sticky notes. Let me read that. I see that your father kept talking to you through sticky notes. I've collected a lot of them, but there are still quite a few lying around. Are you going to keep them, or shall I throw them away? Mom. Aw. Well, that's creepy.
Is that a coin?
Wasn't expecting that. Didn't get jump scared, but it was like, oh, ghost got me. Hello? And I can't see anything. Well, I can't see anything. Let's see. Is anyone there? Probably not. Oh no, not the equal signs. No, my mortal enemy. Math. Ooh. Flashbang.
What the hell?
Oh, wow.
Sam recovers, disoriented, in what appears to be a cave.
Oh, that's cool. This is very pretty. Let's see. Just follow this down, I guess.
Something monstrous echoes among the rocks. It seems large.
This would make me so claustrophobic. Hey, I remember this desert. This is where we
see.
What?
Sam walks through the desert with a strange sense of relief. After all, it was just another one of his nightmares.
Aww. button's not working no more. It's gonna make me fade to black, isn't it? Yep. Ah, well. I tried. This game seems longer than I thought it would be. Alright, well. Seems we're back in the house again. I don't know why I always try that door. What's this? Did you miss your childhood? Into your house, sunset. Sam looks in the mirror, turns around, and leaves the bathroom. The sound of the air freshener startles him as he walks down the corridor. Narrator. Sam gets ready to go to work as usual. A new day waits him. This is all the stuff we just went through. Overtitle, Friday. Blank, go to your room. Okay.
Sam gets ready to go to work as usual. A new day awaits him.
Oh. This time I got my keys. Tuesday. Again. All right. What the heck? Go to your room. Which room is my room?
Sam gets ready to go to work as usual. A new day awaits him.
Maybe if I grab my keys and then go to the room. Nope. Maybe I go to the basement? This is all the same. Oh, I can't go in there. So do I have to leave the house then? Just let this loop? It's hard to tell sometimes if it is part of the puzzle or not. Okay, Wednesday. I think it's something to do this until Friday, and then
Sam
Friday
gets
go to the
ready
room.
to go to work as usual. A new day awaits him.
I love how the narrator says it's slightly different each time, though. Okay. Let's get to Friday and see what happens.
Sam gets ready to go to work as usual. A new day awaits him.
Alright, so now we got Friday. It's Friday.
Is it open?
It's open.
He enters his room, but immediately senses that something is not right. This is not his room.
Is this the whole movie? The Screaming of the Lambs, zombie. Hiding and see. That was the origin of our best present. The Monkey Brothers. Okay, cool. Why are they hiding? Do they have names? Well done, son. Another equal sign. Killer Bride. Jurassic Park 2. Finn. Fishville. These are cool posters. Oh. Sketchbook sheet.
They ought to make the day the time changes, the first day of summer.
What?
Well, it's 8 o'clock and it's still light.
A lot of good the extra daylight does us. Now, we've still got a 3-hour drive back. We're not going to be home until after midnight.
Well, if it really bugged you, Johnny, you wouldn't do it.
You think I want to blow Sunday on a scene like this? You know, I figure we're either going to have to move Mother out here or move the grave into Pittsburgh.
I haven't seen this movie in forever.
Like this?
Oh, I don't know that she can. Is there any of that candy left?
No.
Look at this thing. We still remember. I don't. You know, I don't even remember what the man looks like.
Johnny, it takes you.
Actually, that's a good opportunity.
Yeah, 5 minutes
I'm gonna go
to put the
pee.
wreath
You
on
guys
the
can
grave,
enjoy the
3
movie.
hours to drive back and forth.
I'll be right
Mother
back.
wants to remember, so we trot 200 miles into the country and she stays at home.
Well, we're here, John, all right?
Back on? Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back on the air after an interruption due to technical
Before his brother Isaac got sick, they both used to play in this same way by hiding the monkeys. It seems like a good memory, but for Sam, it's more like a bad joke.
There's nothing wrong with the radio. Must have been the station.
Which row is it in?
Well, there's no one around.
Well, it's late. If you'd gotten up earlier.
Oh, look, I already lost an hour's sleep on the time change.
I think you complain just to hear yourself talk. There it is.
I wonder what happened to the one from last year. Each year we spend good money on these things. We come out here and the one from last year's gone.
Well, the flowers die, and the caretaker or somebody takes them away.
Yeah, a little spit and polish. You can clean this up. Sell it next year. Wonder how many times we bought the same one. Hey, come on, Barb. Church was this morning, huh? Hey, I mean praying's for church, huh? Come on.
I haven't seen you in church lately.
Well, there's not much sense in my going to church. Do you remember one time when we were small, we were out here? It was from right over there. I jumped out at you from behind the tree, and Grandpa got all excited, and he shook his fist at me, and he said, "Boy, you be damned to hell." Remember that? Right over there. Well, you used to really be scared here.
Johnny,
You're still afraid.
stop it now. I mean it.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, this movie is public domain now. It's been public domain for a while, so
Stop it.
no harm watching it.
You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Stop it. You're acting like a child.
Can't leave it.
Look, there comes one of them now.
You'll
They
hear
love to hide. Oh, I'm supposed to find the monkeys now.
Getting out of here.
Johnny.
Hey guys. Now where do they go? Now where they go? Oh. Okay. Now where are they? It's an eyeball.
He picks up something. What?
What?
This is wrong.
Yes.
It is night.
Narrator, why'd you get creepy all of a sudden?
And someone knocks on the door. A memory of his grandmother, Dolores. She was always a very devout woman. Sam was scared to see her pray when he was little. Sam finds a torch. What a coincidence.
Behind the moon. Oh.
He is trapped again, anxious about how much time he'll have before whatever is knocking at the door comes in.
Key with an engraving of the moon.
Sam looks through the crack, and a shiver runs through his body. There is something inside the walls.
Yes, it's hard to tell.
A very old note from Sam's grandfather, named Isaac, like his brother. He never got to know him. He killed himself.
Okay. My moon. I still remember when we met during that eclipse. You were looking at the sky and I was looking at you. We both said we witnessed the most beautiful thing in our lives. You always said it was fate, and although you know I don't believe in such things, I do believe in you. So it must be true, since that was the day when two souls came together to create something beautiful like our two children. But Dolores, I feel that my soul is rotted away, leaving a hole inside me that I can't explain. And I know you have noticed it too, as I hear you praying for me every night. I wish I had your strength and could go on, but I can't anymore. I wish you remember all the incredible experiences we have shared over the years, and don't let what I'm going to do today dim your light. Please don't look. I'm sorry with all your heart, Dolores. Bro. Alright, that's a little dark. Yeah, let me fix this real quick. Okay. Sorry, I'm just adjusting a few things. Okay. That should make it a little better. So, gotta go back this way. So that key should get us into this lockbox.
The door has disappeared.
Okay, that's interesting. Open the lockbox to get the front door. You know what's interesting about all these trapped in a house horror stories? Besides that, is like, you can apparently imagine all of these things, like, you know, this is your personal hell. You know, there's all these, like, creepy corridors and caves and stuff that you've probably never been to before, but you can't, I don't know, have a whole outside world. It just seems really weird that it's, like, restricted to this type of personal hell specifically. I don't know, these kinds of stories are always strange. Okay, so now we are like a dilapidated version of the house. That looks like rock. Alright, well, nothing I can do here.
The house is being consumed by rocks and sand. Sam's nightmare seems to be spreading everywhere.
Arena equals sand. Yeah. I think that's where we look through the wall. So you can imagine all that. Oh, it's a lion. What's up, buddy?
And all this to return here, to a place with no way out. But luckily, it's just another bad dream.
Mr. Stan, the parable guy. I'm not sure how true that all is. Oh, that's blocked up now. What up, dog?
Do you really think this is a nightmare? It's so basic. He used to do better than that. So you can see he's losing control over you. That's right. You can see a lot of things now. Things you couldn't see before. Things he can't even see. Pay attention, because this is not a test anymore. And in order to escape, you have to go back. Even if it hurts.
Okay.
No. You shouldn't trust a stranger behind the phone. After all, he's stuck here because of him. Sam experiences that feeling of relief again, like at the end of his other nightmares. Soon, everything will be back to normal.
Can't see
if
shit.
you stop resisting.
Okay, apparently I can't go that way. Boy, it'd be really helpful if I had a flashlight.
What?
Oh, that's cool.
The first time was a long time ago, when I lost my brother.
That's so cool.
We were little, but he always kept an eye on me, even when his health got really bad. The idiot said he had to protect me, and I don't know from what, but I think he did.
I love this effect. It's a really cool use of
They
letterboxing.
tried to hide his illness from me because Isaac and I talked about everything. I remember I didn't know what cancer was, but I did know that it was a very bad thing. Like a monster.
The first shadow.
Stop.
The game paused itself?
Whatever you did, it wasn't right.
What? What? It kicked me out of the game? What? I've never had that happen. That's crazy. Like, the game, did it crash? No. Like the game like paused itself. I'm gonna guess this is like part of the gimmick. Oh, the title's different. One of the ghostly figures is white now. Well, that's cool. So cool. What a creative idea. Like, I've known games that mess with you and like close your game and stuff like that, but to use it as a gameplay like narrative mechanic is cool. It's happening again. Yeah, that's my house. Well, not my house, but it's this guy's house. Oh, didn't think I'd be able to go back in there. Oh, this is like almost fresh start. It's not all exactly the same, but what? Yeah, that's different now. Okay. We're just gonna let it loot. Oh. So dark I cannot see. No. There we go. This is why moving sucks. Look at how many boxes you have to unpack. Oh, it's becoming more cave-like. Oh no. No, I don't want to go down. Alright, fine.
After all I've done for you, you shouldn't have come back.
Oh. Thanks for pushing me. What if I just did like a superhero landing? Alright, so... Oh, at least there was a couch to cushion my fall. That I didn't land on. Oh. In this place that is not for you, look for the signs amidst all the noise. Find the childhood that hides from pain. Escape from the false prison memories. Try to save him, to save them all. So this was the kids. Blue screen of death. Sketchbook sheet. Okay. Let's see. I know it means a lot to you. What are you going to do with your beach painting? If you don't have room to put it, I can keep it for you in the meantime. I know it means a lot to you, Mom. Some more ghosts. Swear to God, that was put in the game just to jump scare you. Oh, lovely. Not put my hand in that. A drawing of strange symbols. Well, that was effing horrifying. Does he see himself as a monster? Drawing of two monkeys. That's him. see you, Ghost.
I wish you had listened to me. But you humans are too nosy. Always wanting to explore. Even when you know that the only thing you will find is your own despair.
Película is movie. I'm learning Spanish. I think we came through this way. There. That is a very angry looking sun. What a ghost. Oh, where did my VTuber model go? VTuber kit just randomly closed again. Why does it do this? Like, I haven't hit a button. So I don't know why it's like just closing all of a sudden out of the blue. I'll have to look into that. Because it doesn't make any sense to me. It is on my second PC. I wonder if I should, wonder if I should open up Steam and let it update. Because maybe it's just not up, like it needs to be re-updated or something. Sometimes that's the case. Alright. Oh, that's right. I gotta have Rebizzer connect to it. There we go. I'm awake. Alright. Resume game.
listening to him in your head until suddenly quiet. He barely speaks anymore. The change must have felt strange. Almost as if something bad was going to happen. But don't worry. Everything will be fine this time. You're going to escape. Trust me.
That voice does not encourage any trust whatsoever.
Like, trust. You shouldn't use that word so lightly. A stranger drags you to this place and you trust him? That didn't go well for Samuel in the past.
Okay. Like I said, strange, creepy guys. Both talking in your head. Well, one's talking on the phone. The other guy's in your head all the time is like a Stanley Parable narrator. So, you know, fat good that's doing anybody. Let's see. Does that not want to balance? Can we move this here? Sorry, I'm just trying to get my phone situated so I can actually look at it. All right. Drawing of a Canarian house. This fish are looking ravenous in that picture. House of Lost Dreams. I mean, this is a pretty cool game. I'm not saying it's not. It's not what I expected it to be, though. Hey, how's it going, Arkesh? Here lies the time-forgotten dreams of those who once were, trapped between the sun and the moon in the infinite cycle of the day that never came. May the tormented offerings bestowed in this sacred place serve as a guide to a new path. Oh, we got a new gate piece. Not seeing anything else. How about me? I'm doing pretty good. Just going through a week of spooky games and probably move on to something else after this, but yeah. Kind of played some of the cheesier horror games, you know, the lower budget stuff, and then figured I'd play this. This looked pretty cool. But yeah, otherwise it's been pretty good. It's nice to have my teeth not hurting as much. This is one of your most favorite games? That dude was booking it. Let's see here. It doesn't sound good though. Oh. That you won't ever try again? Was it that spooky?
There is no place here, Samuel. This is not for you.
Who are you?
What do you think? I could tell you something as obvious as that I'm the narrator. But of course, that would be a lie. I'm not just that, like you. Because you're definitely not just Samuel, are you?
Uh-oh. I think we're going back to the cave again. So did you think this game was really scary, or... So far it's been creepy and unnerving? I haven't really said it was scary yet, though. But I don't know, I don't get scared too easily. Okay, I'm back in the cave again. Like, with jump scares, it's awesome, but not a replayable one. Yeah. That is the downside of these types of games. They're really, like, good narrative experiences, but you're not really going to replay them much. That's kind of been my experience with a lot of horror games, is that, like, they're really good one-off adventures, but I wouldn't really say that many of them are very repeatable.
It's absurd to keep trying. You can't avoid Samuel Storm.
Narrator, you have no idea how good I am at pushing buttons. My hands are forged on controls. I've been holding video game controllers since I was born. Probably, actually. Oh my gosh. Almost. My hand's getting tired. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. Thank you. I saw a ghost. I love the visual stuff they're doing with the letterboxing, though. It is pretty cool. At first I'm like, why are they doing letterboxing in a video game? But like, the way they're using it here is kind of neat. And I'm back in the bathroom again. Ew. I'm not in that bathroom, though. I'm in the bad one.
I wonder what you expected to happen after jumping into the void. Did you expect it to be the end? Did you want it to be the end? I honestly admire your insistence on coming back. I thought you would regret it after spending some time in this labyrinth, so to speak.
Calls it a labyrinth. Sound design of this game is pretty absurdly amazing. Yes, it's been very good. I wish there was more music instead of just ambient noise. But like, yeah, the even like the knocks and the creaks and stuff, because I have obviously headphones on, and like being able to hear like a certain direction something's coming from is cool. It's definitely cool. That was one of these, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. You mentioned Labyrinth, and it reminded me of this picture. And for you, it was more amazing because... Is that a spoiler? Oh, look for all the signs amidst the noise. Is that it? I think that's right. I don't know what else to do in here. Oh.
Someone's been here before you.
Clearly. Oh, this is different now. Where's the videotapes? There's a bunch everywhere. Is there nothing? Maybe I missed something in that other room. Little director's chair. missing? Oh. This is open now. Well, that sucked. Are you a nice one? You're a nice guy, right? Yeah. Okay. Usually they appear if I'm like on the right track. Still weirded out though. Why didn't I scream? That's a great question. Who doesn't like ice cream? Alright. Now we can take it over to the TV and see. There we go. Oh, wait, what? Wait. Is this just not just me in the house? Okay. About this way. Hey, buddy. I was wearing glasses. Well, that's cool. I don't know if I want to go there yet. Yeah, this looks like where the ghost was before. Yeah, we went through this way. Okay, I know the first one I saw is the Sega Dreamcast. Oh. Sam's broken glasses. Are you kidding? What the heck? It froze again?
You keep falling.
Why does VTube Studio keep crashing? Well, VBridger crashed too. I don't know why VBridger and VTube Studio are glitching out of me like this, but it's a little frustrating. Oh. Yeah, even VTube Studio, my phone crashed. You would think having a second PC would have made it better, but nope. Still lots of glitches and technical errors. Alright. There we go. Alright, so... Hi. That was a weird little dude. The sketchbook stuff is really cool art. go that way. So we can't reach that. Oh, that was weird on the ears. Oh, we're back in here now. Take the right path and go down the stairs to the room with all the sketches. Bro, really? Five, 4, 22. Pac-Man. Eve's shattered photograph. Oh, it's gone now. And the music faded. And it stopped rocking. Creepy guy in a suit running around here. Oh. Sketchbook sheet. It's the monkeys. Great. Are they all going to be in here then? Okay. Isaac's deflated ball. Flamingo. Oh god, that's creepy.
Of course. What is a labyrinth without its Minotaur?
Oh, is this gonna... Oh, that is a long-ass way to grab something. Back out that way. Hey, it's a coin. Bum, 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 bum. I feel like this thing is moving away from me. Instant. Oh my god. Oh.
Every time you get distracted, the world gets a little stranger, doesn't it?
It does, actually. That's true. Huh. Alright. So now I'm in the basement. He's just chilling. Okay, you do you, bud. I know, right? Okay. It said go down the stairs in the maintenance hallway. Now I just have to figure out where I'm going in here. Oh. Oh my gosh. Well, that wasn't where I needed to go. Hmm. Well, it has to be this way then, right? Oh, here we go. Oh, more creepy ladders.
The walls pulse.
Yeah, this is fucked up. Joel's dull heart. Nothing else down here for me. We go back up. What a thrill. Okay. Okay, we did this. we gotta head over to the gate. This game is extremely quiet. It's hard to kind of like keep talking with it. We got
Dreams are a curious thing. They give some people the strength to carry on, but when they break, that strength doesn't disappear. It merely changes hands. I'm not quite sure about the second time. But I'd say it was around the time we needed money, and I had to abandon my studies to help out. I thought I could continue learning about cinema in my spare time, but I couldn't. Over time, I lost the pleasure of drawing, writing scripts, practically everything I used to enjoy. I used to think I could create a good story out of anything. But I'm not so sure now. Now it's like I'm just a spectator of other people's stories. And I might hate myself for it. Oh, Samuel. That's not the truth.
Go down? You mean in? Creepy ass photos, man. Now it's a hole. Hey. Oh. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, cool. Like all the photos did this. What? A lot of games do this. Not sure I've really felt any that do it right, though. Sam, I'm tired. Do you remember? Error. Left. Still hurts. Can you escape? Be careful. Can I leave? Hello, Sam. Is this real? Choices. I want to leave. It's not fair. Dad, is that you? Am I lost? What is this house? Do you believe in ghosts? That's a cool visual. Holy cow. Oh. I was like, wait a minute. What's going on? Alright, now I'm back in the hole.
Welcome back.
Oh. Hey, I remember this. I went in there before. You're Your old scripts. I saw you put a box of your old scripts in the discard pile. Did you make a mistake? Let me know, because if you don't want them, keep them as a memento. You never know, Mom. Jesus Christ, jump scare. Who knew that a ghost sheet with a bed sheet, you know, with a smiley face postie on its face would be a jump scare, right? Am I dreaming? Probably not.
Does it matter? What if you never wake up?
That would suck.
Would that change anything about how you feel?
Well, I think it would.
Interesting.
Interesting, he says.
You know, I can't deny that I find all this fascinating. It's been a long time since anyone has gone off the rails.
I'm not saying shit to this guy.
Come on. Don't be that person. You really don't want to know if I'm a ghost.
Do the Project Melody. I don't even think she realizes she does that. Or she just kind of, all the time. It's cute, don't get me wrong. Well, he's just hanging around here. Run, run!
And once again, sand.
Oh, he was looking at this. I feel like the cave is getting more complicated looking. Get tired. I think I'm probably going to wrap it up after this chapter and then come back tomorrow and finish the rest.
Do you find that you are doing the same thing over and over again? Do you expect a different result?
No. But, I mean, I don't think I'm doing the same thing over and over again either. I saw a ghost. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, now we're back here. Another coin. Come, boy, run.
You shouldn't have seen that. I'm sorry, Samuel.
All right, chapter 5. Okay. We're at chapter 5, so I'm going to call it here, I think, for this game. This has been an interesting game so far. I'll have some thoughts on it in just a second. Let's see here. Okay, so now we have 2 of them down. So we have 2 more to go. Just wanted to make sure it actually was saving progress. So, all right. So, let's wrap this stream up, huh? Let's get some music on for one thing. All right. Yeah. Turn off display lighting. Alrighty. So the Mario Paint Banjo is a bit of an interesting choice, but we're gonna go with that for the night. So, all right. How did I feel about Ludo so far? I don't know. I like it. It's not as scary as I thought it would be. It's definitely got moments of like creepiness or being unnerved. But I don't know if I feel scared. I feel so when Arkesh was in the chat earlier, I don't know if he still is, but I was gonna say that like I don't generally get like scared anymore. Like I certainly feel fear like everybody else. I'm not saying I'm like immune to being scared, but in video games, like jump scares, they're more like they surprise me, but they don't scare me. It's like when you do the Jack in the Box, you know, you crank it and then the jack pops out of the box. Like the physicality of it like popping out of the box will make me scared, and you know, like it'll give me a fright in the sense of like, oh shit, you know, but like it won't scare me. I'm not like, oh, you know. And like I've played a lot of horror games, and like I can't really think of too many horror games where I was like, oh shit, I'm genuinely scared of like stuff. I have to kind of like really dig back. I want to say like probably the first and last time I ever had that feeling was the original Resident Evil 1 and 2. And that's because like with the fixed camera angles and the fact that you were so limited on ammunition and stuff, resources, you know, whatever was beyond that screen that you couldn't see could be terrifying. And so you would hear like zombies shuffling around and you're like, fuck, my life is blinking red and I don't have any first aid kits. I don't, you know, no herbs. Can I make this? And like, it was always a question of like, how do I survive? Because this is kind of like tense now. And like, you didn't have to necessarily feel like things were chasing you or just adding time-based pressures. But you definitely did feel like there was a lot of tension and eeriness and spookiness. This game has some of that. I like the haunted house effect of it. The little ghosts that keep popping up is kind of a cool touch. But like weirdly with the narrator and the constant like ghosts that you see, I mean like, yeah, some of the stuff that's been up is creepy. Like the little guy, like that little dude that just was running, like he popped up and he has been like staring at you and popping up in the windows and stuff. That's kind of cool. That's a creepy thing. The ghosts popping up and stuff has been kind of, not as a jump scare per se, but a little creepy. But yeah, like it's just I don't know how to classify this game. Stanley Parable comes to mind, of course, but like I don't know. PT has a little bit of PT in it for sure. The story is not really there. I'm sure it'll kind of come close towards the end. It's not like, I wouldn't say this is a story so much as a premise like type of game where like you kind of obviously know what's happening. This is I see dead people, you know, type of thing. You know, he's a ghost, he's trapped in the house, he doesn't want to admit he's dead or doesn't realize it or whatever. All that type of shit. You know, maybe the devil is trying to like hold on to a soul or death or whoever, who knows, right? But basically that's kind of the gist of it. It's like he's dead, you know, he just doesn't realize it, or maybe he does, who knows, who cares. But it's cool. The constant like shifting in the house to like add stairs where there wasn't stairs were before and things like that is kind of interesting. There's a lot of like visual storytelling, which is really cool. A lot of video games don't really do visual storytelling that well. This one does it really well. Yeah, I think that's all I could say. The music or lack thereof is kind of it's a very quiet game, which I wasn't expecting. But when there is music, it's really cool and unsettling, so I kind of guess it works out. But yeah, I don't hate this, and I'm looking forward to finishing this up tomorrow. I'll have to look, but from what I guess, there's probably a couple more hours left, so it might take up the rest of another stream. If not, we'll probably dip into some Marvel Tokon, because I do want to play it while the beta is going on for the next couple of days. I think it ends on the 29th. I'll have to look real quick here. Oh. Let's see, Marvel Tokon. Oh, July 26th. So it's only going for like a few days. Sunday, I'm guessing. It's July 26th. Calendar, please. There we go. Yeah, Sunday night. At just before midnight. So really I only have a couple days to play it before it comes out. And I don't got that kind of money to spend in a video game right now. But I am excited. I mean, it looks really cool. And you know, definitely something I'm interested in. I loved MVC. I mean, I have been watching Max play this on and off when he's had a chance, showing footage and stuff. It's honestly a bit too chaotic. I feel like fighting games have become a bit of a spectacle in a lot of ways, and for an old head like me, I'm more comfortable with like less flashy games. I don't need crazy super moves and, you know, 18 people tagging in for shit and, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, like the fanciest I'll ever get with something like that is probably Killer Instinct, you know, where it's got the long ass combo draws and stuff and you have to combo break it and all that. But like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is probably where I draw the line on like, you know, having more than one fighter on the thing, mostly just because like they are just assists. They're not really like taking up much of the time on the screen, which, you know, a lot of these newer games, like it's a little bit ridiculous how much time you see these guys on the screen. They're not supposed to be there all the damn time. But I mean, you got to get everybody on your roster. Gang's all here type of shit. So I don't know. So maybe there's a way in Tokon to kind of change it so that you can do 1v1 matches, which would be nice. You know, no tags, no assists, nothing like that. But I don't know. It could be like Mortal Kombat 1 where you can't disable the assists. They're just part of the gameplay. But I don't know. For me personally, there's just some stuff about newer fighting games that I'm just like, eh. If I was a big fighting game fan, it would be different. Maybe I'd be a bit more excited about this stuff, but I just can't be. It's not the model of these new characters being released constantly. I know it's good for the hype cycle of the fighting games because it keeps them alive longer. But for me personally, like I don't know. I'm not against DLC characters, but having them come out constantly every few months or so as like a seasonal thing, and just, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, it's a thing, people like it, but I don't know how I feel about it. I guess I'm just from that era of like, here's your roster, take it or leave it. If you want more, maybe there'll be like a, you know, a hyper edition or something. I mean, if you think about it, Street Fighter 2 went through this. You know, they had the original 8 World Warriors or whatever, 12 World, and then it became like the bosses were added on. And then after the bosses, they had the Super Street Fighter 4, you know, the extra 4 with DJ and T-Hawk and stuff. Yeah. Then they changed up the rosters entirely, you know, so with Alpha Series. And then you had Street Fighter 3, which changed it up even crazier than that. So yeah, I get it. I get it. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just kind of, I don't know. I'm not really sure how to put this. It just gets it's too much. I feel like sometimes where, like, there's, I don't know. I guess that is kind of the whole point of fighting games for a lot of people, is like the versus spectacle, the big flashy stuff. You know, but like, I don't know. One of my favorite fighting games from the late 90s was actually Virtua Fighter, which is like the least exciting game to look at ever. You know, all the characters had moon jumps, you know, and like they all had very basic moves. There was no fireballs, no crazy shit. You know, it was all and very simple combos. It was, you know, same with Tekken. Like Tekken nowadays is like, you know, it's kind of flashy. Lots of guard moves and stuff, and like a very much like, if you fuck up, you're fucked type of like, you know, system. It's balanced and relatively speaking, but like it's, I don't know. It's not how I remember Tekken being. Tekken was a bit like a flashier Virtua Fighter is how it always felt like originally, but I don't know. I feel like there's a point with all of these where I just have kind of checked out. You know, like that's why I'm interested in Tokon, because it looks unique, it looks interesting. You know, on the other hand, it could just be Marvel Rivals, the fighting game, and that would be a big turnoff. I'm not interested in Marvel Rivals at all. I don't need these like anime spectacle bullshit things. But maybe it's just me. I don't know. There's a level of presentation with a lot of the stuff that I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Like, you know, it's hard to explain it. It's really hard to explain it. One day I'll be able to kind of take my thoughts and like articulate them better on this, but I don't know. It's one of those things where when you start noticing it, it becomes really obvious, like how common it is to see the style of like character design and editing for trailers and how all the animations look in this, and just like it's kind of like when you see like, okay, there was Genshin Impact, and then there was like Zenless Zone Zero and Honkai Star Rail and Neverness to Everness. But like, if you took a casual person and you put all of these games up on the screen and you somehow were able to like scrub character names and anything I identified what the games were, just looked at the visual aspect of the game, like nobody could really tell you the difference in all of those games. Like obviously like one's a RPG with trains and shit like that, but like they all look the same, the characters all have the same vibe and like design traits, and the animations are all really similar, and like everything about them just kind of looks and feels very samey, even at the same time that like the trailers are flashy. There's lots of animation and movement and spinny shit. You know, cameras are always zooming around, spinning around stuff. You know, the characters do their cool poses and everything, you know, giving peace signs and whatnot. You know, it's just, but when you start seeing like the formula of that, it's kind of just everywhere now. Even when you're watching anime, you know, or anything like that, a lot of it is just like very samey, and like you can just kind of see the design formulas. And I'm not sure if it's like not so much design formula, but just the language of a particular era of time. Maybe that's it. But like, I don't know. I feel like this has kind of just been building ever since they started switching over to digital art. Like instead of old traditional like cell shaded and sprite based stuff. Like if you look at, like I'm looking at the trailer here for Tokon on the Steam page. You know, this like cell shaded art look that like we've been doing for quite a while now. All of the lines are like extremely clean. You know, like all of the colors are nice and sharp and vibrant. The shading is all, you know, on a technical level, it's all there. It's shading is properly done, the lighting effect is properly done, and you know, all that kind of stuff. The proportions are fine. All the characters have the proper warp like level of like rubber warping and stuff for their animation frames to give them like nice smooth comic booky looks. You know, it all works really well. But at the same time, I don't know. It doesn't always feel lacks grit. I guess that's what I would say. It lacks grit. It lacks that thing that just makes it like just stand out just that little bit. I don't know. It's just me, I guess. Maybe I'm just fucking weird. I think I'm just fucking weird. All right, enough of this shit. I said I'm calling it good. I'm calling it good. It's 7 a.m. Holy shit, I'm fucking tired. I will be back tomorrow. More Ludo. We're gonna get this finished up, and then after that, I'm gonna take another couple days off, because I kind of just am tired and I need a break and stuff. Also, I'm gonna kind of get the stream a little more cleaned up, tee up for some, because I gotta figure out what's going on. Why VTube Studio has been closing just randomly and shit. That's really annoying. And then as well as like, you know, gonna get my next games all teed up. Probably gonna take a break from like the pure horror type games I'm playing, and maybe I'll focus more on like action adventure, or I don't know. But yeah, we'll definitely get some Tokon in, because I do want to play some Tokon and just kind of try it out. I bet this is my thing. Like I know I'm going back into this before I leave, but I swear I'm done. But like this is my thing with like fighting games. Really, is I've been out of the fighting game loop for so long that like the only fighting game I've really been played, like, or I really have played in recent memory, would be like I dabbled into the Mortal Kombat games a little bit, Killer Instinct, and then that's really kind of about it. The last game that I played seriously was Street Fighter 4. I didn't even bother with 5. 5 looked generic as fuck, and 6 looks cool, but I mean, I don't know. 4 was just the last time that I actually got excited about Street Fighter. Particularly, I have Street Fighter 4. I have a physical copy of Street Fighter 4 for the PC. Yeah, like I can install it and run it, which is kind of cool. You know, go physical, right? But I also have Ultra Street Fighter for Steam, and like I love Street Fighter 4. It's awesome. The music, it's great. Just everything about it is just like a hop in, play, great action, you know, experience. It's arcade like awesomeness. And yet for some reason when 5 came out, it was like, okay, I guess. And then 6, I was interested in 6 quite a bit. But the more I looked at it, the more I realized that like I just don't really like this new vibe that Street Fighter has been going for. And I wish I could explain why, but I just don't. I don't know. Like I went through all the Street Fighter eras. You know, like obviously 1 was impossible to ever find anywhere, so I never really played that one. And honestly, it sucks shit. But Street Fighter 2 is amazing, and then I jumped right from that to Champion Edition, then Turbo, then Super. You know, and then when Alpha came out, Alpha 1 I didn't really do too much of. Alpha 2 I played the ever living crap out of. Alpha 3 I also kind of missed. I kind of been playing more of like Darkstalkers, and then X-Men, and then X-Men versus Street Fighter, and then eventually MVC, Marvel Superheroes and all that stuff. So like, yeah, that's kind of where I was at. Not so much Street Fighter then. Like Street Fighter 3 I missed entirely. It never really came to the arcades in my area before it just kind of like arcades vanished entirely. Because both of the arcades in my area at the time, the big ones, they closed around the same time, unfortunately. And then we just never really got many arcades back until like recent years, where you have all the people open up like barcades and shit. So unfortunately, the heyday of the arcades kind of ended in my area like around like 2000, which really sucks. So if you really wanted to play Street Fighter 3, you pretty much had to get like the Dreamcast version or something like that, which is a little crappy, right? Yeah, and then, you know, of course, Killer Instinct in 1 and 2, I dumped a ton of time in Killer Instinct Gold on this N64, KI for the Super Nintendo. I even played the crap out of KI for the Game Boy. Yep, I'm that kind of a nerd for KI. But yeah, once we started getting into like the 2000s, I mean, yeah, I dabbled in some stuff, but like, yeah, it was Street Fighter 4, and then that's kind of about it. When Killer Instinct 2013 came out, oh my gosh, I fell in love with that game. I love it. It's one of my favorite fighting games ever. But yeah, I just otherwise I just haven't really been gotten hyped. Tekken 8 did, you know, 7 did, none of those did anything for me. Yeah, so I mean, and MVCI Beyond was just, yeah. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was pretty fire. I won't lie there. But again, like, it's all kind of the same era. Mortal Kombat 9, right? You know, I just don't feel like fighting games speak to me right now. Like, there's just nothing in there where I'm just like, oh, that is something I would try. Like my favorite fighting game, which is not Killer Instinct or Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, has to be Primal Rage. I mean, there was a bunch of other fighting games that are awesome. Like Virtua Fighter's great, Tekken's great, Dead or Alive, Bloody Roar, like they're all great. Like, and then there's a whole bunch of low rank ones where it's like, you know, you don't really think about it much, but like they're a blast. Like Golden Axe the Duel, come on, that's pretty badass game. There's tons of fighting games. So many fighting games came out in the 90s. I mean, the Neo Geo is just fighting games basically. But yeah, it just Primal Rage was like novel. Like they wanted to do the digitized graphics like Mortal Kombat, but they, instead of live action dinosaurs, you know, obviously it's not possible, they did claymation. You know, it's kind of weird. You know, lots of blood and everything, and cool, kind of a cool lore idea. But the only thing that was a big stumbling block for it, and it's why most people bounced off of it, was the control scheme was really strange for pulling off special moves. They did do a revision, which kind of made them more traditional, but the damage was kind of done by that point. But Primal Rage was just a really cool idea. A fighting game with dinosaurs. Like, pretty sweet, right? Like, you had your ninjas, you know, you had your street guys, World Warrior guys. You know, there's all sorts of different types of fighting games came out in the back in the day, but like, there was only really one fighting game with dinosaurs, and to this day, it still kind of is. I know there's some weird arcade one that had like digitized graphics. I don't remember them by name though, but I mean, that was so below Primal Rage. But yeah, a lot of fighting games just aren't, I mean, there's I wouldn't say there's not any now, but like Them's Fighting Herds was like, okay, I guess. Skullgirls probably was one of the more unique ones, but nobody cares about Skullgirls anymore, unfortunately. That one's kind of died out. So yeah, I don't know. It just there's just this strange point, I think, with fighting games where I'm just kind of like, yeah, they're cool. And you know, I feel like I'm probably gonna come away from, you know, trying out Tokon the same way, where I'm just like, yeah, this is cool, but I don't know if it's grabbing me. You know, that's kind of how I feel. You know, I can already kind of tell going into it. And yeah, and that's why I made that Marvel Rivals comparison at the beginning, because I was just like, yeah, maybe, I don't know. It has that like same kind of vibe, you know, the announcer, the overly excited announcer, you know, making commentary, and all the characters are organized into these, like, it's just very, I don't know. If you're really into like the pulpy comic book stuff, I guess maybe it's more exciting to you. I just haven't really been for a long time. I don't even get excited about Marvel movies. I never really have. Like, I've seen most of them, I think, at this point, but like only just because they are the big things that come out anymore. Like nobody really makes big budget movies outside of them. Ugh. Ugh, sorry, I'm definitely getting tired. All right, I'm just gonna wrap this up. Fuck it, I'm tired. I gotta go to bed. So, all right, I will see you guys on the next one. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, morning, evening, wherever you are. And yeah, have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.